Alright, we should be going live now. Let me know if everything's good with audio. Okay, so I think we should be good now. Man, that was a struggle, let me tell you. So, first off, the server was not responding, so we had to restart it. And then when we got it restarted, I realized that the entire picture was completely inverted, and it wouldn't seem to want to right itself because the camera I'm using had auto flipped, it had auto rotated, but the computer didn't realize that it had auto rotated. So I had to figure out how to fix that. But we're live here, and it is quite snowy and extremely slippery. Just because there's not a lot of snow at this point, it makes up for it in the slipperiness, because it's just kind of all icing up almost. So I don't know where we're going to be going, but we're here, and it's the first time that I've been able to be live in quite some time, so I'm gonna make the most out of it. We have no roof cam today. I had to utilize the camera from the roof cam and put it in the windshield because that's the camera that I have that has the best low light visibility. And I didn't want to just be constantly on the roof cam because it would just be covered in snow with no way to really wipe it off. So I just put that camera in the windshield for today, given how low light it is, and I wanted to make sure we had the best stream quality as possible. Thank you to the super chats that have come in already. That is never expected, but always appreciated, and it really helps out. I would definitely expect to see many cars sliding around as we're out and about this evening. And hopefully that's not us too much. But good news is that the brakes that I replaced this past week, they seem to be working well, and the ABS is functioning as it should. So I ended up replacing all the rotors and all the pads, which turned into a multi-day expedition, given the need to order 2 tools in the midst of the project to be able to complete it. I wouldn't say that I was worried, but I was definitely going a little bit concerned that the snow might not pan out for my area up here, but here we are. Well, to clarify, I expected there to be snow. It was just a matter of how streamable would it be. I didn't want to be out at, 3 o'clock in the morning if that's when it started. And yeah, that was Northland there. Must be familiar with the area. I have noticed that the wind has started to pick up a little bit, which has made the snow blowing around a lot more. Wasn't supposed to pick up very much until more of the later overnight hours, but seem to be having some pretty good sustained winds already at this point. I really don't know how much snow to expect because, well, I know what the National Weather Service is saying and I know what the models were saying, although the models are not completely accurate in the snowfall totals for this event because, well, most of the models use a 10-to-1 snowfall ratio, but given the atmospheric conditions this evening, they were talking about it more being like a 14-to-1 or 15-to-1 ratio. So the snowfall totals that the models are showing is not accurate because it's using a different liquid ratio, basically. Given that I haven't streamed in a while, I want to make sure that everything kind of stays working properly. So if there's any issues with the picture quality or audio, let me know and I can pull off and try to fix those as long as it's not a signal issue. I don't know exactly where we're going to end up this evening or when we'll end up there, but we'll figure it out. I'm just glad to be able to be out here and be streaming after those couple technical difficulties. I was starting to wonder a little bit if there was going to be an issue getting the stream completely going. Okay. just far enough away that we were able to stop. Based on what I was seeing on the models, I wouldn't be surprised if we were on not necessarily less than what the National Weather Service was saying, but I would say we would be on the lower end of the range that they gave. Like, let's say that it was, 8 to 12 inches. I would expect that we would be probably closer to the 8 than the 12. Of course, with locally higher amounts, especially kind of along Lake Michigan, where there could be some lake-enhanced snow, like by Manitowoc and Sheboygan. In this case, I definitely think that Lake Winnebago is going to be too small of a body of water for lake-enhanced snow, because a lot of times it relies on the sometimes, this is more with lake effect and lake enhanced, but it relies on the warmer waters to kind of churn up some of that extra snowfall rates. And Lake Winnebago cools off a lot quicker because it's a lot smaller and has a lot less mass compared to, Lake Michigan. I guess it kind of just depends on where all the snow bands set up this evening and where the heavier stuff falls. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some places that were on the higher end of the National Weather Service snowfall totals, but I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I think generally speaking, it's going to be on the lower half, I would say, of their totals estimates. Again, I could be totally wrong and we could see everywhere get like a ton of snow overnight. That's very possible, but gut feeling right now is not quite. It is a whopping 29 degrees right now. As we've gotten more snowfall, it actually seems like the road condition has slightly improved, because I took a little bit of a test drive earlier this afternoon just to see how the road conditions were progressing, because it was really hard to tell from the traffic cams, because those are on the interstate and they keep the interstate more well maintained. But there was definitely a lot of iciness going on because they pre-treated the roads quite heavily, and there was just a very thin layer of snow that the stuff that was in contact with like the salt and the sand and stuff, that was melting, and then so it was more of a slushy snow, and then there was a thin powdery layer on the top, so it was like just sliding. It wasn't all packy snow, because this is overall a relatively dry snowfall. So in some cases, I was gonna say that the pre-treating of the roads may have actually made things worse for a very brief period of time this afternoon, but now that there's more substantial snowfall rates, pre-treating is working a lot better. Right now we are on I-41 on the west side of Appleton, currently heading south. So up here on the right is one of the Pierce Manufacturing Fire Department vehicles, and they always have a huge flag out, and you might be able to see it on the right side there, just how windy it is right now. Might be a little hard to see on the right. It'll be on the right side. That's a substantial flag size, and it's blowing pretty good. I too am a little bit surprised with the lack of traffic, given, you know, it's the weekend right after Thanksgiving and it's a Saturday. But very well could be that a lot of people got to where they needed to go before a lot of the snowfall hit, because it's already almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Or people are listening to some of the advice and just postponing their travel till, you know, maybe tomorrow if they can. So I think we might just head down to Oshkosh, drive around there a little bit, see what's happening, and then kind of make a decision from there. I do want to just get past this one vehicle here, because there's a large curve in the road up ahead, and I don't want to be like almost side by side with them as we take that curve in case one of us starts to slip slide a little bit. Along here, the interstate seems to be pretty well treated, with just kind of a slushy accumulations kind of between the tire tracks and between the lanes. But overall, I would say that the interstate right now is in quite passable condition, at least in this area here. Take this curve nice and slow. And I'm going to move over a little person's deciding to pass on the right. I guess I'm sort of heading for the big snow. I'm more waiting for the big snow to come to me. I figured, why drive down to, Iowa, Illinois, southern Wisconsin even, if snow is just going to make its way right up here by me. So I pretty much sat home most of the day just monitoring model trends and radar and such, and seeing when and where I might head out, and here we are. Take this to Oshkosh, and then I don't know, we might head kind of along Lake Winnebago. I think that's might be like Highway 45 or something that goes along there. I can't remember. Yeah, Highway 45. So we might take that just to show a comparison between the interstate and one of the state highways. But we'll be out and about here for at least a couple hours tonight, because the heaviest snowfall wasn't even predicted to start in this area until about 5 o'clock, and here we are at 5:50. They were saying about between 5 o'clock and midnight would be the heaviest snowfall rates in northeast Wisconsin here. Okay, I'm gonna hang back a little bit, that car in front of us is really tailgating that vehicle in front of him. And if they spin out, I want extra distance and reaction time. Actually, I have an idea. That's another one of the perks of knowing the area you're chasing in pretty well. You know the road network pretty good. So we're going to take the exit here and then take this frontage road south to compare. I might, Kara, depending on if I feel like pulling the camera out of the vehicle with a long USB cable. Because I don't currently have it set up to do any wireless well, I guess I could try the wireless from my phone. I have that set up. How well it'll work, I don't know, but we could give it a shot. Yeah, we're going to take this frontage road just for a different change of pace, I guess. A little less well maintained, and to get away from that group of vehicles. Oh, there was a nice slide around the roundabout. Oh no, I'm not going to the place you're referring to. I know exactly what you're referring to because I used to drive past that specified location every day for like 2 years, no, 3 years straight when I went to school. So no, I am not stopping there. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss the signs when it's like the only thing on the side of the interstate for like miles to its north and south. I'm fairly impressed with the camera quality that this is picking up from the wind through the windshield. I'm very happy. I just looked at a quick preview. Remember, I actually took this exact same route last year during one of my snow chases, and right at this intersection here, we almost saw a T-bone accident because someone tried to gun it, but they couldn't get the traction. This road looks like they pretty much had a plow go right down the center of it and not do either of the shoulders. So once we get up here, we're just gonna pull off to the side and let these people pass because I don't want to pass on the double. I think they were thinking of doing the same thing. They were going to let us pass, but oh, they're a tow truck. Now there's someone coming behind us. We'll just let them go. Oh, that timing could not have been worse. Alright, back on the road again. Yeah, on the frontage roads, it looks like the 70 speed limits. Yeah, I've thought of that a couple times as well. there is the establishment that you were referring to. We're probably going to keep going on this frontage road up here a little bit, then just hop onto 41 again to get over Lake Butamore there on the bridge. We just crossed into a different road status, basically. Went from hearing all that icy, slushy stuff crunching under the tires to more of a thumping sound. Yeah, we're gonna take the interstate bridge over the lake. That definitely can get quite slippery. It seems like every time I went over there in the winter, every time I looked during the winter, there was always something saying, hey, there was a slide up, like a slide crash or something there. But we'll, how should I say this? We will investigate and see how it may be. I wouldn't do that if, it was bumper to bumper traffic, because I just don't trust other people when driving, especially in the snow. But interstate is pretty few and far between on the cars right now. Clear left and clear right. I'm not as familiar with the Oshkosh street names, so you very well could be right. Now that's some good old Midwestern courtesy. Coming up on people in snowy roads, you slow down and you both slowly move to your shoulders and then get right back where you're going. 76 Jackson Street. You were indeed correct. Do I want to hop back onto 41 here? Yes, I do. They just completely blew the red light. Make sure no one else does the same. I don't completely blame them, because they probably wouldn't have been able to stop and they would have just slid into the middle of the intersection, but yet another reason why you should be extra aware of your surroundings when driving in snowy roads. Hi Shane. Yes, we are being safe. I'm not going to respond to the rest of your statement there. It's a joke for those who don't know. Oh yeah, that was nice and slushy and slippery there. Along here looks like the right 2 lanes are plowed, the leftmost lane is not. If you're gonna pass, then please just pass. Not just hang in my blind spot on slippery roads around the corner. I have not taken any of those courses that you're referring to, no, or trainings. Darian. Oh boy, someone just went into the far left unplowed lane to pass everyone. Fantastic. just like that, the pavement quality decreases fairly substantially. Or not the pavement quality, but the snow removal on the pavement. A lot of it's because it opens up here, so there's a lot of blowing and drifting snow. There's nothing to block it. Because we are just about to go over the bridge here for Lake Butamore. I am currently driving southward, yes. I'm gonna move over to this lane because it's plowed better. I know just the place where we are going to do a little exploring once we get up here. Yeah, the wind is definitely fairly substantial. One of the very nice things about this kind of light powdery snow is it just kind of brushes off of things like, you know, the vehicle, and especially, well, I'm thinking of it right now, the Starlink dish, it just kind of blows right off, so I don't have to get out and brush the snow off as often to maintain the Starlink internet connection. I'd say right now visibility is probably down to half a mile given the car lights in front of me, the tail lights. Here. Actually gotta turn the heat down a little bit. I'm starting to sweat in here. base fence are off. Right up here is South Park Avenue. We'll probably get back on the interstate here at South Park. Oh, alright. Looks like the plow decided that it was going to take the exit, so this is no longer freshly plowed. So at this point, it's whose lane is it anyway? At this point, as long as you're on the road, you're good. And, you know, you don't play bumper cars. Slow, carefully get over to this lane. And we'll be taking this next exit over here. Eventually. Make sure we do not miss our exit. Make sure we don't hit the exit sign. Because, you know, that would be less than ideal. And this is kind of just the start of the snow event for this area of the state. So conditions will just continue to deteriorate as the evening progresses and entering the overnight hours. I don't know if you can see under the streetlights just how much the snow is blowing, if the camera picks it up or not. We're gonna get on a couple of these non-interstate roads and just see what conditions are like. Because you guys didn't tune in here to see me drive around on, plowed interstate roads all night. Gotta be some adventure. Might be an Amazon delivery vehicle. Yep, sure is. We might come back to that road back there. I've been there a couple of times. We got for road options around here? Well, we might just take this over to 45 and then take 45 south and go just a little further south and see what things are like. Take that down to Fond du Lac, maybe flip around in Fond du Lac and head back north, maybe go east towards, Sheboygan. Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. just taking a quick peek at radar, it doesn't look like there's any one area that seems to be getting a lot heavier of snow around here. It's just kind of all moderate snow, so not like we're missing out on an area that's getting heavier snowfall rates at the moment. So we don't get T-boned by a train, because that would make for a pretty bad day. Turn, and now we can see a little bit better. See, this is what the snow rates are like at the moment. If the camera can pick it up better, that's just with the high beams on, so you guys can potentially see if the camera picks it up. Here we are. We're going to be turning south here. Oh yeah, that's pretty slushy there. Yeah, it's sliding all over the place, and that's with good tires. Oh, trust me, you do not want me to sing you a song. That would not go well at all. Snow streams are always unique because there's a lot of quiet background. Because, like, when I'm chasing severe, I usually have the National Weather Service radio on. But then with snow, there's not much to put on the background unless you want to just hear them keep talking over and over and over about, that there's a winter storm warning in effect till 6 a.m. There's a lot less to talk about regarding current conditions. Like when chasing severe, it's like, oh yeah, we're talking about this storm, this storm, this storm. Now it's like, well, here's snow. We found snow. And guess what? There's more snow. this is mighty slick right along here. Which is a little bit surprising given how of a kind of a more major road this is. Those are the rumble strips, but it's rumble strips or an oncoming vehicle, so I'll choose the rumble strips any day of the week. Vehicle that's behind me would, stay back a couple extra car lengths, that'd be fantastic. Once we get to a decent place up here, like, what does that say? Oh good, the speed limit decreases up here. We might just pull off to the side and let this guy pass. Navigate this turn properly without having anyone end up in our back seat other than our viewers who are already there. Speaking of which, thanks to everyone who is riding along, well, technically in the front seat because where the camera is. Thanks to everyone who has joined in so far this evening. Much appreciated. Hoping I can provide a little entertainment for your Saturday evening. Or just background noise, something. I think once we get past this oncoming car, I'm just going to pull off and let this guy pass. He is way too close for conditions. I really don't want him in my back seat. Now we can start to enjoy the drive a little bit more. I love how since he's passed, he really hasn't gained any distance on us since we've gotten back up to speed. So he probably wanted to go like 2 miles an hour faster than what I was going. We have just entered Fond du Lac County according to the sign, which I believe that also means we just crossed into the Milwaukee National Weather Service forecast area, opposed to Green Bay. Okay, Shane, yes, you can sing. I cannot. Well, one, you don't want to hear me sing. And two, if I sang that, YouTube would get really mad at me for, copyright stuff. So you can sing it in chat all you want. Here she goes again. And yes, it is indeed extremely dark out. That vehicle is, it has a very, very faint amber light on the top of it. Okay, that's a snowplow. Okay, if it's a snowplow, it should have much brighter light than that on the top. I could barely see it as I was approaching. Was a bit of a fishtail. Yeah, I get that they need the budget to replace it, but that's one of the things that it's like for the most bang for its buck and visibility in poor conditions that it's meant to drive in. And this is a county road, so that's a county plow. Is this a county road or a state road? I don't know. Regardless, it's like I could barely see him as I was approaching, and this is not extremely poor visibility. It's bad, but it could be a lot worse. But yes, I definitely agree. Yeah, that's a fair point. It doesn't matter because there aren't really state plows. Yep. I was focused on trying to keep it on the road. That thought had not even occurred to me. But yes, you're absolutely right. I will say, since that last little fishtail, the vehicle behind us actually backed off like maybe 1 or 2 car lengths. Which isn't a lot, but at least it's something. I think, well, part of the reason that let me restart, I can't talk. I think part of the reason why there's not a lot of snowmobiling going on is this has been a really unique snowfall. The grass temperatures were actually warmer than the pavement temperatures, and the snow started to accumulate on the pavement before it did like in fields on grass or anything. So there was some areas where the roads had like 2 inches of snow on them, but you could still see green grass off on the side, and it wasn't very tall. But they will definitely be out at some point. Just probably not tonight. North Fond du Lac. we get up here, we'll probably turn and head back on the interstate, I think. Maybe. I think that's probably a safe bet, unless... I mean, I guess you guys can decide, because I'm really impartial about it. We can either head back up I-41 towards Oshkosh, or we can head over towards Sheboygan. I'll let you guys decide, because I'm impartial. I see one vote for Sheboygan. I'd like to keep rolling just a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly why I saw how slushy nasty it was. I knew it would be a pain to try to get traction again. Okay, yes, now you can pass us if you would like. I despise when people do that. They ride your bumper for miles and miles, and then when there's a chance to pass, they just hover in your blind spot. Oh, guess we're heading to Sheboygan. You know what, Shane? Why not? As long as you tell me where it is, because I have no idea. I think this is a turn lane. If not, well, it is tonight. Well, it must be, because we just triggered a green turn arrow. I didn't know if he was going to try to make it out, but since there's a semi coming, we will pass. sounds awful. Currently heading east towards Sheboygan from Fond du Lac. I need a drink. My throat is really dry right now. I haven't streamed in so long, I'm not used to this much talking. Alright, you just keep going there, I guess. Yeah, let's have a race to see who can get to the red light first. Oh man, he won. He beat us to the red light. That sheriff deputy just drifted around that corner. Good for him. Well then give the cat some turkey. If the cat wants turkey, the cat should get some turkey. That's just my opinion. Okay, they are turning. There we go. Icy slush on this road. Oh, this is 151. Can't say I realized that we were right here. let's see what we've got. This area looks like it's been freshly plowed. Sort of. We'll head over to Sheboygan and see what's going on over there. Probably drive around Sheboygan a little bit. And then come up with a plan of what we want to do after that. That's why. Got a plow up here. I think he's going the same direction we are. Which is slightly unfortunate because, well, unless he gets off, we'll have to follow him for a ways on this road. Usually, how far is it to Sheboygan? It's about 30-ish miles or so. Okay. Well, I guess you guys get to watch some snowplow lights for a little while. Turned on our own rear-facing lights because we're at the back of the caravan. kind of hope he like plows one of these turn lanes or something, or turns around. Right now we are going a whopping 23 miles an hour. I'm almost tempted to investigate some of these back streets. That could be kind of fun. And you know what? Why not? We'll do it. We'll take... Which one do you want to take? We'll take this next one up here. Get a little sense of adventure going. How far is that next road? About 1,500 feet, according to the map. Okay, there's the sign for the road, but where is the road itself? I think this is it. Well, guess we found the road. Oh, this has got a couple of little drifts over it. That's nice. Little sense of adventure. This is way better than following a plow down a road. That's for sure. The only thing that'll probably make me turn around from this is if we start to get into an area with no cell signal, because then there's nothing going through on the stream anyway, so makes this kind of pointless. So that's a driveway. Now it looks like we're actually holding signal pretty good. Oh yeah, I would say that this road is completely unplowed so far. Just for funsies, when we get up here a little ways, Might take a snow reading measurement. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how I feel. It's hard to tell what's actually the snowfall amount and how much is just from blowing and drifting a little bit. Man, this is cool. We're like the only ones that have been on this road since it started snowing. It literally looks like we're driving through a field, but it's a road. Because there's open field to the left of us, so it's just kind of blowing and drifting over here. Just taking it nice and slow to make sure we don't find a snowdrift that's like 2 feet tall. Okay, so the road continues straight. That's a driveway. Got it. Amaro would be proud of the mighty Buick pushing through. Decent amount, yes, but it ain't no problem for the Buick Encore. Oh man, this road looks like it's been plowed. Dang it. That was fun back there with that unplowed road. Narrow bridge. Copy that. So just stay down the middle of the road and we should be good. Ah, the bridge is still up here. I was like, man, that didn't look like a bridge. But tell me this isn't more fun than following a plow down the highway. Stop sign up here. This has drifted over a little bit. we are clear right and we are clear left. Which is good because we're spinning pretty good right here. Minor inconvenience, but nothing we can't handle. Okay, this portion was... that freaked me out for a second. I was gonna say this area was plowed, but then it just stopped being plowed and it looked like we were about to go off the edge of the road, but they just stopped plowing at an angle. Oh, what do you know? A plow. Now, how wide is his blade? This is a fairly narrow road. Okay, perfect. So let's see where we're at on the map. Okay, we're almost about to meet up with the road that we had turned off of to stop following that other plow. That was definitely worth the adventure. Is this yield sign for us? No, it's not. It's for this other side road that merges in. So we're almost back to whatever road that is. And from there, I guess we'll continue east. Couldn't read what that sign said till I was right on top of it. The letters were so faded. I wanted to make sure it wasn't like sharp turn ahead or something. But nope, just said school bus stop ahead. And I don't think they'll be stopping any school buses right now. up here at the stop sign, we'll turn left and then right to get back on the road that we were on. Okay. I guess we'll just take this little. There we go. Either that plow took a little bit of a detour like we did, or there's a pretty substantial snow rate right now, because it's hard to see exactly where the plow would have gone. I could see either one of those being a valid answer. Yeah, this is a kind of quiet portion of the stream, I guess. Not a whole lot going on, and not a whole lot to talk about right at this exact moment. It's just keeping her on the road till we keep going a little further east, and then we can explore some more. Temperature has dropped 1 degree, a whole degree since I started the stream. Down to 28. Almost to Greenbush is the name of the next town along this road. Town, city, municipality, whatever it ends up being. Both of them are taking the exit, and then there were two. Ooh, they almost didn't make that exit. They almost ended up in the grass. entered Sheboygan County. And we are now fogging up in here. Oh, let's fix that. Kind of wish that there was something more entertaining to be showing you guys right now, but just nothing at the moment. We'll find something interesting at some point. What that is and when we'll find it, I'm not sure. But there's always ends up being at least one thing in these snow streams. Usually multiple, but minimum there's at least one that's like, oh wow, that sure was something. Alrighty, Darian, sounds good. Seems like for the most part, based on what I've seen, traffic has been moving along pretty well in northeast Wisconsin area. Of course, it's been a little slow in some areas because of the roads. But haven't seen a lot of reports of any crashes or significant slowdowns at this point. Haven't looked very hard, but I have not been made aware of anything. There is a report of a crash a little north of Sheboygan on the interstate. Apparently there's a side of a road there somewhere. I don't know. one has the 4-ways on up here. Slow roll just to make sure everything looks good. Yeah, they look like they're okay. Snow is coming down pretty good, let me tell you. It's hard to tell because of how small the flakes are. It's not one of those huge golf ball sized snowflake snow events where you can really see how much is coming down, but it's a fairly substantial snowfall rate given the size of the flakes. Lane for where we want to go. Can't quite tell if this is plowed over here or if that's the edge of the road. Looks like it's plowed. I haven't... Oh, there's the rumble strips. I was just gonna say I haven't hit any rumble strips. So we're gonna stay away from that area that appears to be plowed because it is not. That is the side of the road. It looks like it is plowed, but they just plowed partially over the edge of the rumble strips. Tell you what, it's just a little, not a lot, just a little bit eerie just how little traffic there is right now. Just like snow, darkness, and the occasional oncoming vehicle. Well, hello to you too, Bald Dudes Rule. How is your Saturday evening going? tell you what, so far I am really loving the changes that I made to my interior and exterior, but I can only appreciate it now, the interior chase setup that I've done over the past month. It's been many, many hours of work. As in, pretty much not every, but just about every free hour that I've had over the past month has gone into working on the vehicle in some way, shape, or form. We are now closing in on Sheboygan, just about to Plymouth. There's some crunchy, icy slush. Driving in the snow is always a very fine line of having enough heat to keep the windshield from fogging up and icing up, and trying not to sweat because you have winter layers on. And I am losing that battle right now. It is quite toasty in here. I think I put on too many layers. We are 12 miles from Sheboygan. So given road conditions, probably about 15 minutes, I'd say. I did not know that either. That is definitely an interesting fact. let's pick an area on the road again. We still have audio, right? I think we do. Just want to verify. Okay, perfect. I just keep getting this little notification from YouTube saying that the audio bitrate is 0, and I keep clearing it out and it keeps coming back, so I guess YouTube is just having a fit tonight. I figured y'all would have told me if we didn't have audio, but just wanted to double check. Yeah, so I guess YouTube is just having a fit and deciding to send that notification for no reason. Perfect. Well, glad that that's the issue and not an actual audio issue. See just what speed this person up ahead's going at. See if it'll be a good opportunity to pass them or if we'll just hang back. We're not going to start passing yet, but we're going to test out this lane to see the road or the lane quality. Yeah, I feel confident passing. Smooth as butter. Alrighty, we are making pretty decent time. roads are in decent quality right here. So we should be to Sheboygan in just a couple minutes. Extremely bright billboard. It feels a lot later than 7:45. If someone said it was like 9:30, I would believe them. Pretty decent wind that's blowing the snow directly into us. At least I think that's the direction the wind is coming from. I don't know, out here it seems to be kind of swirling a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's actually hitting the windshield and like sounds like it's misting or raining actually. Don't know if the mic picks up on it. Guys, 1 second. We're gonna just flip around, go back just a little bit there. It almost looked like that person was stuck trying to get out of that parking lot. And there's like no one else. Oh, not no one else, but don't want to take that exit because I could not confirm if there was another entry. Oh, there was an entry ramp. Oh well. Definitely a re-entry ramp there. There's another exit not far up here. 1 mile. That's not bad. Range Line Road. Here's the exit somewhere. Ooh, that was a little bit deep right there. Yeah, she's slick right here. That's for certain. So here's the ramp, allegedly. Allegedly, here's the ramp. We shall find what awaits us at the end of the ramp. Yes, allegedly. Ooh, okay. We're gonna take this nice, easy pass. Going a whopping 35 miles an hour as we do it. There's some snow. across, but he is over into my lane and is about to sideswipe me. And I really don't feel like dealing with that today. I was over as far as I could possibly go. All that to get off at the exit. Fantastic. I just don't understand people. I just do not understand people. That. Okay, so the area was right back there. Alright, flipping back around yet again. And heading to Sheboygan. For real this time. Guess this is the turn. We are definitely going to wait here until traffic is like completely clear. Let's see if we can actually... Oh, no. You gotta put her in reverse and get a little momentum going. That's a pretty substantial little area here. I guess they haven't plowed this U-turn area. Or not U-turn area, but you know what I mean. There we go. Nothing a little piloting can't take care of. Just needed a little extra oomph to get there. Just needed a little bit of finagling to get through. I could tell, like, as soon as we stopped and I tried to creep forward and we were just spinning, I was like, yep. Gonna need to get a little momentum to get up that. But we made it. Not that I ever had any doubts, but... exactly, just little gas. That's a long brake light. What's going on? Looks like someone was entering the highway, maybe? Yeah, it looks like that was the case. Alright. Once again, we are almost to Sheboygan. We'll go up to Sheboygan, drive around there for a little bit, and then we might check out the interstate here, the north-south, I-43, I think it is. Confirming. Yep, I-43. There's the exit we took and found that quite deep area of snow on the right shoulder. To continue straight. And that van also needs to back up a little bit. In fact, everyone up there needs to give each other a little bit more space. Oh, it just got really, really bright. There must be a lot of lights over there. Yep, car dealership. That would do it. Oh, look, it's Taylor Drive. Wonder if Taylor's still here. This is what we want. People doing donuts down in the parking lot there. I would expect nothing less. Okay, that's a pretty substantial break. And the person behind me needs to back up. Please and thank you. Or pass. That works too. Alright, this is Sheboygan. We have now entered the city limits. Now, time to see what it's like around here. I don't know what road I want to take. Well, first let's go all the way to Lake Michigan. Might be able to see some cool snow blowing in the wind, I don't know. But we're this close, might as well go an extra couple miles and make it all the way there. So the wind is coming from the southeast, according to that flag. East-southeast, it looks like. Fairly substantial hill. Make sure we can actually stop. should be able to just take this road all the way and end up at Lake Michigan. Just not in Lake Michigan. Okay. What are you doing? Okay, dude, what are you doing? Just decided he was gonna gun it in the right lane to pass me with the vehicle in the right turn lane. But what can you do? Oh yeah, she's slick. Of course, we get another red light right at the top of a hill. Oh, what fun. Gonna stop. I didn't think that pickup truck coming from the right was gonna be able to stop. He just kept sliding and sliding and sliding. We will come back and drive down this road with all the Christmas lights. That'll be cool. Yes, we have made it, Shane. We're going all the way to Lake Michigan. Why? Because we can. Oof. Okay, so that says no outlet, but I think that's no, that's not where I want to go. We want to. Oh, hold on. I think that poor person's trying to dig the vehicle out of the snow. And they're trying. Hold on. Looks like they got plowed in. Do you want some help? Hold on. We're gonna park back here. I can either get my shovel or, depending on the vehicle, we might just be able to use the boards and get them out. Shouldn't take more than a couple minutes. I'll be right back, guys. that not the best situation. I was hoping that once we got her like out of from being plowed in, she'd be able to keep going, but she's got rear wheel drive and she's got pretty bald tires on there. I just want to, I mean, even I'm struggling right now. This is a pretty substantial hill. We're just gonna back up down the hill more to get ourselves a little momentum. I mean, yeah, I am struggling getting up here with good tires and front wheel drive. It looks like it's all ice underneath the snow as we were trying to push. Our feet were sliding, so no one there. Just gonna back up the whole way here, get some momentum to get up the hill, hopefully. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me one bit that she's struggling with rear wheel drive and those fairly bald tires. I just want to make sure that they're not going to get freaking hit as they're moving around here. And make sure that she doesn't hit me. Okay, looks like they convinced her to not go any further and just park on the street there. But yeah, this is a steep hill. I'm barely crawling up it right now. Traction control is in full use. Hold on, I'm actually going to turn off traction control, put it in manual, see if we can get going here. No, this is just such a steep hill right here. No one can get anything going on it. Going uphill at least. Because it's all ice underneath here. Yeah, this is probably I'm not even going to try to guess the grade of the hill. Going down is no problem. Getting back up, which is the struggle. So yeah, it looks like yeah, this is all ice underneath here. So yeah, we're gonna not go up that hill right now. Now time to go see Lake Michigan, hopefully. Actually, I didn't even need to go up the hill because this is the direction we were wanting to go anyway. It was a older vehicle, rear wheel drive, bald tires, and no sort of traction control or whatever. She was just spinning them and like the rubber was just burning. You could just smell the hot rubber. And it was like starting to smoke and everything. I was like, oh, that's not good. Should probably be able to get going there if like a plow had come through, but even then the ice underneath may have made it not even matter that much. Is this the street that I want? No, it's not. It's up here. I think. Okay. Okay, I didn't realize that they had a stop sign there. So, just off to the right, here's Lake Michigan. It's probably as close as we're going to be able to get. Maybe. We're getting some pretty substantial winds right along the lake here. While we're going sledding down the hill. Let the plow do what the plow has to do. I guess he's backing up again. Give her the beans to get up the hill. Now I guess the question is, where do I want to go from here? Oh gosh, there's a stop sign there. I could not see that. One, it was covered in snow. And two, there was a car parked in front of it. Probably gonna go back towards one of the main roads and just find a parking lot to pull off into and figure out where I want to go from here and what my plan is. don't think I've ever really driven through Sheboygan. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of people are taking the travel advisory seriously. Haven't seen a whole lot of people on the roads overall. We're gonna let this vehicle pass here. I saw this area that had been plowed and wanted to make sure we had enough time and momentum to get through it. South is where we want to go from here. Oh, this has been an interesting evening so far. I can safely say that we have found the snow. We have definitely found the snow. Oh, here's the Christmas lights that I was going to have us drive through. Seem to have found them by accident again. Feels like I should be playing Christmas music, but YouTube would not be happy with me. Trying to get rid of that area that keeps getting thrown off the windshield wiper right in front of the camera. Tell you what, these stop signs every block are not great for when you're trying to keep momentum and traction. Now we can go back to the lights. I just want that person to be able to pass. It didn't seem to like that we were taking it slow and enjoying the lights. The very nice Christmas lights. What a nice little surprise. Yeah. It is a very pretty city. I'm kind of shocked that I've never really just driven through here before. Okay, this is kind of funky. Okay, so I have to turn left. I have to stop first. Alright. This is some pretty substantial blowing snow right now. So, now where do I want to head next? Guess we'll head over to the interstate. Probably drop south just a little bit and then go from there. So we just gotta head west a little bit until we get to the interstate. Yeah, there's a lot of hills in this area, kind of all along Lake Michigan here, kind of up to Manitowoc and such, because it goes and then it just all goes downhill all the way to the lake. If it was worst case scenario and we absolutely needed to get up that hill, like that was the only way we were able to get out, I do have ways that we would be able to make it up the hill. This could be an interesting place to try to get some acceleration from. We're probably at a good 20-degree angle right now, at least. Oh yeah, making great progress here. Well, we're just going to turn right, because that's one of the directions we can turn. That was rough, let me tell ya. Yeah, the car and the angle of the road kind of decided that we were going to turn right. And we'll turn left here. And then from here we will go back and go the direction that we were originally planning on going, which was left instead of right. Yeah, I would say it's safe to say that the roads in Sheboygan right now are a mess. I'd say that that's a pretty accurate description. It's not a large quantity of snow on the roads, but it's some quality slipperiness, that's for sure. A steep hill right there. I think as of right now, I will choose not to go to an empty parking lot right now. And yeah, the temperature has actually gone up right along the lake here. It's now 31. So that would explain why there was a bunch of ice underneath the snow. I hadn't even looked at the temp. I just figured it was from earlier. But nope, it's 31 degrees. I thought for sure that person was going to pull out right in front of the cop in front of us. Soon looks like we'll have to turn right. Once again, there's someone starting to hover right in the blind spot. Ooh. Alright, let's go see what the interstate is like. Just about to the interstate, and we will determine what condition the roads are in over there. Wow, we've already been live for 3.5 hours almost. Kind of impressive. This is real slick. signs say for the interstate. I think that says south, keep left. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what the sign says. Ooh. And even the on-ramp is a struggle. Well, that's kind of eerie. We just got on the interstate and there's not... Okay, now there's one vehicle. Okay, two. But get on the interstate and there's not a single vehicle in sight. That's a little eerie. This has been quite the adventure thus far this evening. Definitely the kind of situation where an all-wheel drive vehicle would shine. Just those extra 2 points of contact that are moving would help get a lot of traction in this, given the road conditions. And not a single person on the interstate right now. Except for me. Apparently no one else is crazy enough. What is this, like a doomsday or something? I don't know. Oh, one vehicle, we're good. Street sign had seen better days. Hey guys, look, we found Waldo. We found him. on the interstate for, what, 5 minutes now, and I've seen 4 vehicles. I think it's safe to say we're driving through a winter wonderland right now. There is a convoy of vehicles. Makes it feel not so abandoned out here. That's quite the convoy of vehicles, my goodness. Like this person wants to pass me, so I'll let them do so. They're in a hurry to get somewhere, I guess. Well, thanks to everyone who's been watching so far this evening. I've had an enjoyable time so far. We're not done yet. Man, this is some heavy snow. That's what it looks like with the high beams on. Yeah. I think we're a little too far south for Bigfoot. We would have to go, like, north of Green Bay. That's more of his stomping grounds. a rumble strip there. Apparently. Yep, Oostburg. It's a fun one to say. I like this area better because the wheel base or the wheel width of my vehicle is different than the tire tracks over there, so it was just trying to pull me side to side. Because one of the sets of tires was in the tracks, but the other one wasn't. So we're just gonna hang out over here. Yeah, that would be something. Oostburg Bigfoot. I'd picture something like Oosta. We found Bigfoot in Oostburg or something. Mess, let me tell you. Absolute mess. Nice and slushy. know that the plows are extremely busy everywhere, but I'm a little surprised that I haven't seen a single plow either direction on the interstate here. I think it's safe to say these were the poor travel conditions that were being talked about. Let's see. Trying to think of what else we can do to pass the time a little bit. Oh man, oof. Well, this is plowed now, but when the plow made a U-turn in the median there, they pushed about a foot of snow over most of the highway there. That came out of nowhere. I mean, I'm glad that they're plowing. Just was not expecting that. Well, I guess we found a plow. see the lights from the plow up there. So he's not that far ahead of us, probably like 3/4 of a mile or so. I'm thinking probably once we get up here to Saukville, we'll probably start heading west and then north again. That's where the plow turned around. About 8 miles or so, according to the sign. Tire ruts just come out of nowhere. They pull you in. would say, very poor driving conditions. One might even use the word sketchy. Some interesting driving right now. Taking just about every little bit of focus to keep the tires on the area with the best traction. Some slipping and sliding. Some nice recovery there. That would sure wake someone up. Definitely wake you up. Not that I was asleep, but that would wake anyone up mighty quick. Sure was interesting right there. But we're good, and we keep going until we get to our exit, then go west. Once the exit for West Bend, I believe. About 7 miles till our exit, I think. Tire ruts are nasty. They're taking the vehicle right out of the paved area here. Trying to pick the path with the best traction, and then that path just constantly changes, and then next thing you know, you are not in the area with the best traction. is slowing way, way down, which is probably a very good thing. To our exit. Almost. I think this is the sign for it. 1.5 miles. Trying to pass me on a curb on a bridge. Not, and the left lane ends. I don't miss my exit up here. Go fast as your little heart wants to. Okay, so this is our exit. Someone's ordering Domino's, apparently. Oh, a Domino delivery vehicle. probably is good snowball weather. Or snowball snow, not weather. Current plan is to just take this west to basically I-41. And I wanted to turn right here. Fantastic. Well, good news is there's another street here that we can take. That's right back to where we just missed our turn. Now we're back on the correct route. So basically I'm just going to take this route over to I-41, then take it north, and then wrap it up from there. But that's still a little ways ahead. Quite a ways, actually. So I'll keep the stream up and going for now. Why not? So Google Maps says I'm about 2 hours away from home-ish. Which sounds about right. Given where we are and road conditions. I can't think of much to talk about right now, so I guess we'll just drive in silence for a little bit unless someone comes up with something. Luckily, it looks like this road has been somewhat recently plowed. So that makes it nicer for us. Turn off your high beams, please. Thank you. It's like they could actually hear me. This is kind of a nice drive. snow is really reducing the visibility, as you would expect. Well, looked like that plow back there was the one that was in front of us plowing the road. What do we got here? Hold up, hold up. Are you good?
I can't get out.
Are you front wheel drive?
Yeah.
Alright, 1 second. See what we got to work with here. Looks like it's fresh. get those going. Alrighty. All in all, that went extremely well. As long as we can get out of here, we will be in business. Luckily, when he came around that curve and started to slide, he went to the left instead of the right, because the right would have been a huge ditch. Alright. And we're back on the road again. And so is he. And let me tell you, those traction boards are so much easier to use on a vehicle with front wheel drive than rear wheel drive. I was a little worried at first because it looked like his entire underbody, like his entire undercarriage was like packed up with snow, but he was like, no, he was able to move forward and backward, he just couldn't get any further out. So that went very, very smoothly, about as smooth as you can ask for with something like that. Those boards are worth their weight in gold, let me tell you. Without a question. what kind are I will have to go back and look at what brand they are. But I think I got them off of Amazon and they were like $65 or $70 or something for the set of 2. But I can definitely check at some point, and I don't know. Don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but I can post it there or something if people are interested. Obviously not sponsored by any company, although it would be kind of nice, but nope. All I can say is they have gotten me and a couple other people out of a lot of jams. I would definitely recommend the hard boards instead of any of the flexible ones, mainly because they can be used for so many different things. And let's say someone is stuck in a snowbank like that. If they're flexible and there's like a divot, it could cause the wheels to just sink back in. And although they start coming out of the snow, when the wheels drop back in, the bumper could get like completely caught on the snowbank, and then they're even more stuck than they were to begin with. So I would definitely, if you're looking at getting some, I would definitely go with the rigid ones. The flexible ones would have limited uses, but I would not go with anything less than rigid, personally. In fact, one of the times that I used them was to help someone get out of like a ditch, and it pretty much created a ramp for them to be able to get out, and non-rigid ones would have never been able to do that. So I'm probably going to get another set of these boards at some point, because sometimes it's easier to be able to put like 2 of them in front of each other so that people can keep their momentum going to get out. Or sometimes you put one under or one in front of all 4 wheels, and then sometimes the rear wheels just drag through the snow, and then it just kind of packs stuff up. So sometimes you just need something to put under all 4 wheels so that they can keep moving and rotating rather than just sliding. Yeah, you can definitely use them as a shovel if necessary. Like I've seen, like I know that some of them advertise that, but yeah, you can definitely use them as traction ramps to get out of places. Not like ramps to put a lawnmower up on, you know, a trailer, but ramps for the vehicle to get out better. And then shovel, like all sorts of different things. And if I learned one thing from my current traction boards, recovery boards, whatever you want to call them, is if you have a choice in color, do not choose black. Because a lot of times, especially in mud, if they get buried when they're being used, like they get pushed down, it becomes extremely difficult to find them in like the dark colored mud. So they have ones that are like neon yellow, neon pink, stuff like that. I would definitely recommend getting brightly colored ones so that after they're used, you can easily find them. Like even just this past use a couple minutes ago, I had to go back out there with a flashlight to find the second one that had gotten buried in snow. Just about to West Bend. We're about 7.5 miles from the interstate, which is honestly a lot closer than I thought we would be. Man, whatever plow came through here did a damn good job. Like back there right before the intersection, it didn't even look like there was a single snowflake on there. Given that a lot of this stuff has been plowed, it's hard to get a good guesstimate on how much snow may have fallen in this area. think some of the, I don't know, maybe some of the snow is triggering that green light. This is West Bend, and we'll head up towards Allenton, where we will get back on I-41. Oh, Dart is here. Look who showed up. You just missed quite a bit of fun a couple minutes ago. For the moment, the snow seems to have lightened up substantially from what it was even a couple minutes ago. But this section of road has also not been plowed in a little while. So I guess it kind of evens out. get to the interstate, I believe. Which hopefully it's in better condition than the other interstate we were on earlier. That was sketchy, let me tell you. Kinda like this little area right here. Yeah. I-43 south of Sheboygan was sketchy. We've been on quite the adventure so far tonight. Quite the adventure indeed. Should be less than 2 miles now until our turn. just up here is the interstate. And I'm really hoping it's half decent. Not holding my breath, but I'm hoping. Yeah, don't turn in front of me, thank you. So far the on-ramp is promising. This is fairly good. Actually, this is really good. I'm impressed. I had my standards set pretty low after I-43, but looks like they're doing a better job for I-41. Expect the highway to stay this clear for the entire time back up north, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, it got really dark. There's like no lights around here to be even reflected off of the snow. And it's really not just the camera making it look darker, it's really that dark out here. That's part of why that's part of why it felt so eerie when I was on like the interstate earlier and there was no one else around. It was just like pitch black and then me. That was about it. Yep, that's Wisconsin for you. Plombo, welcome. He has made it. bit of snow on the road, which does not surprise me one bit given that we're in a winter storm warning. Alright guys, give me just a minute. I need to use this rest area for just a moment. I will be right back. And then once we're done, we can probably get a snow measurement from here. a quick snow measurement. Just because the can in this area hasn't been plowed or shoveled or anything. Three and a quarter. 3 1/4 inches. What the amount of snow that has fallen here? Hey, Plumbo. 4 months already. Wow. Third of a year. Can you believe it? Dirt for 4 months as well. Wowza. Okay, yes, there's a stop sign, but no one's coming, and that's a decent area of snow, so we're just gonna yield. Back on the interstate, heading north towards Fond du Lac. Oh, of course, yeah, Taylor, that's the excuse you're using and you're gonna stick with it, right? Yeah, she's from Oregon. So we'll give her a pass. to find the area on the road with the best traction. Oh man, you either gotta give her the beans or slow down. And I guess give her the beans wasn't in their cards for today. Alrighty. We are quickly approaching Fond du Lac. And as Plumbo mentioned, it makes him think of Fond du Lac because he can't think of anything else that rhymes with it. The brakes are working fantastic. No issues, no complaints. Oh yeah, without a doubt, they're a lot better than the old ones that I took off of here. like that, the bad area of the road shifts to the right. And now back to the left. Today would have been one of those days that I would have been real glad if I had gotten and installed those little fog light things. So I think that's something I'm gonna have to do. Close? Alright, go on, Speedy Gonzales. I'll let you pass. Not like the road's just slippery or anything. Oh well. He was hauling too. There's the slush. And for the record, I am most definitely watching, not watching, good gracious, wearing the corn hat for the snow stream today. I wouldn't have done it any other way. just about to Fond du Lac. Now it's starting to lighten up a little bit in the sky because, you know, light pollution from the city. But it's not, the sky isn't pitch black anymore. Now we've got maybe 2 snowplows up ahead. One for sure. I think there's a second one in front of them. Guess we'll just be behind him for a little bit. Not a big deal, we're not in a rush or anything. We'll just move in behind him so he doesn't think we're going to try to pass him on the right. I do not know, Wombo. I really don't. Oh, what's this fellow gonna do? Oh, he's going for it. Looks like he's He's going for it. And that is why I did not pass him on the right. He just put his right blade down and would have taken out the side of my vehicle. Okay, he's taking the exit. Perfect. I still got nothing for you, Flambeau. I still got nothing. Ah, here's the unplowed area. Oh look, it's back to being plowed. Fantastic. I'm sorry, Flambeau. I am not musically intelligent, I should say, in any way, shape, or form. Oh man, Flambeau, know what I'm tempted to do? It almost feels like it's a tradition that on a snow stream, I need to go to Quick Trip and get some big cinnamon rolls. Those absolutely gigantic cinnamon rolls. Well, thank you, Plumbo. At this point, that means I pretty much have to go get cinnamon rolls. I know just the quick trip that I'll go to. On the south side of Oshkosh. Said quick trip is not too far away. And we are back to being pitch black, other than the little itty bitty lights from the vehicle in front of us and the headlights. Feels like we should be pretty much to Oshkosh already, but not quite, because we're having to go so much slower because of the weather. I've driven this route so many times at normal speed, it feels like we should be there any second now. But indeed not yet. 9 miles from Oshkosh. Almost 11:30. That would explain why it feels so late. I can do neither one of those. Is that a cop in the median, or is that some... I think that's a cop. Indeed it is. And Winnebago County. hard to tell for sure without seeing a flag or something. Not this exit, but the one after that has a quick trip. 1 mile until the exit for the quick trip, and I'm going to be most disappointed if they don't have any. So then that means we have to go to another one. Beautiful. Green light. Okay, so they've kind of sort of plowed this half. Alright, here's our old friend Quick Trip. Where the heck do I want to park? Well, you're over there plowing. Alright. Almost a moment of truth to see if they have them. I sure hope so. I will be back. they have been gotten. Four large cinnamon rolls. They seem to have, at least at this location, they only had 2 packs. Not the 4-pack that I've typically seen. But you can either get 2 of them for $3.99 or 4 of them for like $6.50. So I got 4 of them. Alright. So, probably wrap the stream up in the next 20 or so minutes, because that's about where we're at. we're gonna be wrapping up in about 15-20 minutes or so. See how this bridges on going this direction. Snow has actually picked up a little bit. It had been fairly calm for a little while there. maybe Farmville. Just maybe. Okay, that's it. Okay. Los. Good gracious. Sorry to anyone that absolutely scared the heck out of. I'm gonna start wrapping things up here, because I'm gonna start winding this down. So thanks to everyone who joined in this evening, tonight, whatever day it is, time of day it is, wherever you are. Thanks for joining in today, and I guess I'll see you guys at the next one. I have no idea when that's going to be or where it's going to be. I have absolutely no clue. I haven't looked at that many of the long-range models to figure any of that stuff out, or even have any idea of what I could monitor. I've mainly been focused in on today, which seems to be significantly underperforming, I would say, as far as snowfall totals. Not necessarily in impacts, but in the snowfall totals. But that's about all I got. So, see you next time, everyone.